How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Get everything organized? I know I'm a little. Actually, I'm very late. I'm very late. Very late. I don't know. Having breakfast kind of late with Malik. He was talking about what he was doing in Pokemon game. So I spent the time there. All right. What are we doing today? We are doing a well, I think we might be doing a tier list. For all of you. And then we're going to go over how to design a cache as we've been doing system design. And then we're going to experiment with authentication just a little bit. So, yeah. Let me pull up chats really quickly. Crowder's War, good morning. How are you doing? I hope well. How's my audio sound? I made a few adjustments to it. And it might be a little lower than it was. So hopefully it's loud enough. Let me know if we need to adjust it more. All right. Now, one thing I didn't realize I needed to do is it really quiet? If it is, I'll get closer to the microphone. Here we go. Actually, I can do better than that. Okay, give me 1 second. If it was quiet, Okay. We might just have to deal with quiet for now. I'll just speak up maybe a little closer. Maybe just a little closer. My bad. We'll work on it though. I can dial it up here a little bit too. Okay. Well, let me know how that is. And hopefully it's okay. All right. All right. Let's All right. So we are going to start off with a tier list. Now, I didn't realize that these tier lists only accept images. So we're going to have to start off by making some images. You know, because I'm a super well prepared streamer, we're going to start next time. I'll have the images made beforehand. I just didn't realize that you couldn't just type the names. I was just going to do it with text. Like, I know, pretty lame, but I was just going to do it with text here. But yeah, we're not. It said no. It said, give me an image. So we're going to go do that right now. It'll be fun. We can do this super quick. I'm pulling up my list really quickly. Let's see. Which All right. Now, I think we're going to actually have to use AI to generate some of these. I think we're going to have to use AI to generate some of these because I'm not sure One Star Coder has... I don't know that One Star Coder has a icon. So if we can't find it, we'll just generate it. That's how we'll do it. It'll be fun. All right, let's go ahead and do this. Let's see. We'll go to Chat GPT in one tab. Oh, thank you, DuckDuckGoose. There we go. Okay. I'm looking for this icon. I guess we'll now Google it. Let's see. Chat GPT icon. Yep. Perfect. We'll take this. Let's see. Downloads. We're just gonna make a new one. Call it AI tier list. There we go. Save it here. All right. We have one Amazon Q. I think you guys are gonna like this. It should be fun. I hopefully this is a lot of fun for everybody. Other than finding the images. How's everybody's day going while we're but you know what, next time we do a tier list, I'll have the images, okay? I'm sorry about this. Or we'll have AIs generate the image for more fun. I don't know if a WebP is okay. Let's see. Is that the only good one though? Wow, this is fine. Let's just do this one. As HTML. No, I don't want that. I want this. Another WebP. Oh, that's fine. We'll deal with it. All right. Okay, so Amazon Q. Let's see. There's Copilot, of course. I think it's this. Did they change it? Here we go. Here we go. We'll take this one. We have other stuff to do today too. This is just meant to be a quick little fun thing to do. I'm trying to come up with some more fun things to do on stream. Russell, this is the surprise for you. S is actually going to be used. We have an S tier AI. I think you'll enjoy it. I'm not gonna give anything else away. I think you'll enjoy it. I tried to make it a little bit fun. We're gonna talk about what I have seen while using them on stream, what you guys have seen. So it should be educational or informative, maybe not educational, but informative as well as fun. So I'm trying this year for the Null channel and everything that I do. That's my goal, is to make it more fun, but still informative. Now, we'll see if I hit the we'll see if I do that at all, or or just completely hit the mark on it. But, you know, I'll give it a good try. We'll give it a good try. Okay, we have the Code Whisper icon, Cody icon. That I could have seen this search failing. It's source graph, right? There we go. That's what we needed. All right. And then let's see. There's tab 9. I think it's tab 9. Like that. Okay. Maybe it's 9. Yeah, there we go. We'll get the dark theme. Wait. That's going to be hard to use. All right. Now, did I forget one? I have tab 9, Cody, Code Whisper, ChatGPT, Copilot, 1-star coder, and Amazon. We didn't get 1-star coder. I don't know that it actually has an icon. So we're going to do this as 1-star icon. We'll see if we can't. There we go. 1-star coder is getting this one. All right. So we have some stuff. Oh yeah, TJ did. He's going to become a full-time streamer. So I hope it's congrats to him. Nice job. I think that he said that he was going to make some classes, which would be really cool to be able to like focus on actually making the class as like a full-time job. So that's awesome. I hope he does well. All right. You know what? I said singles, but let's make a template. We're going to save this for future use. We probably need to do this at least once a year. Make your own template. Create a public template. coding AIs. Software, no. AIs, no. YouTube and streaming. Easy enough. A ranking of coding AIs. All right. Draw me a picture that shows the essence of coding AIs. How do you spell essence? Essence. I don't know. Not that way. One second. How do you spell? Okay. Let's see. Oh, this undoes one at a time. Picture that shows the we can get this. Oh wait, chat's got it. That's probably the British version of Essence. Not exactly what I wanted, but it's fine. It's fine. Is it color? I think it's color that they spell different. I don't know. I don't even know how to spell it correctly in the first place. So that would be step one. All right. Oh, this is perfect. This actually did well. Let's save this image. Nighthound, how are you doing? All right. So where's our essence? Here we go. Select it. There we go. Perfect. All of these. Not that last one. I have source graph on there twice. Oops. Can we... Okay, we gotta just select all of them. Okay, we don't want this. We don't want this one. Okay. There we go. Perfect. All right, so we need S, A, B, C, and you know what? I had in my notes, I had S, A, B, C, and F. Can I just make this as an F? There we go. Yep. Sweet. All right, so today we have a couple things planned. First, we're going to do this tier list. We're going to do this tier list of our coding AIs. I don't know which one this is. Oh, that's 1-star coder. Okay. We're going to do a tier list really quickly this morning. Just a little bit of fun. We have been using coding AIs. We've been running them through the games. I thought that this would be a fun way to do it. I will put this on the Null Bytes as well as a little short video. And I need to make the longer full-length video as well. But yeah, so this will be kind of a boiling down of everything we've learned so far. After that, we're also going to do, I have prepared for a caching interview. So if you do system design and they ask you to design a cache, I have a bunch of notes that I worked really hard on this week for you all. And so we're going to go over that. And then we're going to play around with authentication a little bit and maybe Twitch chat a little bit because I fixed the null cloud, and so we can start, programming some of those things and actually seeing them be done. So yeah. All right, let's get into the 2024 AI. Yeah, let me restart that for the YouTube clip. Let's go over the 2024 tier list of coding AI. So we have our contenders here. And let's start out with something that wasn't that, I was going to put this in the B list. Now, how I look at this tier list is that A is really the best. If you have an S tier, there's two forms of S tier. One is where you need a PhD to actually leverage. Like the AI is almost too smart, and so it's too difficult for us low lifers to actually leverage it. And then there's the other form of S tier where we're all beholden to it and it's taken over the world. So thankfully we don't have any of the latter, but we do have a few of the previous. A means that it's actually not a waste of time. So in A, it means that it probably, if you know the subject, could actually still help you. B is kind of in that area where if you're not strong in the subject, so for example, me with front-end development, I'm not strong in the front-end development, can it help you move faster? But I do know software engineering really well. So can it help you move faster? And that way, C is kind of meh, like they answered some questions right, but it was pretty rough. And F is just kind of unusable for the most part. That's kind of, C and F are really unusable, honestly. Let's be honest. F is just for ones that weren't S tier. Russell, I'm not going to reveal any of my future thoughts here on this, so you'll just have to wait and see if that's true. You'll have to wait and see. All right, let's start out with ChatGPT. ChatGPT was probably, let's not start out with ChatGPT. Let's start out with Cody. I like Cody. Cody has a lot of things going for it. At the start of the year, Cody was the only one that allowed you to ask questions about your code and give you feedback on it. So it was the first one to be really in context in your IDE. So I was using Visual Studio Code for that, and it was the first to do that. Now, as of the winter games, some of the other ones have that as well, but it's going to land strongly in C. And the reason it lands strongly in C is there was a couple aspects. One, the inline suggestions weren't as good as some of the other ones. And then when you asked it questions, like if you asked for code smells, this one was notorious. It would give you 5 code smells whether your code had code smells or not. It could be the perfect piece of code and it would just hallucinate 5 things wrong with it. Literally just random stuff. So it's definitely improving, but it has a long ways to go with things like that. Also, it's getting some more competition. Copilot has added the ability to talk to it with the context of the files. So I do believe there's a little bit of competition there now in that space, but it was pretty good. And to be honest, I have hopes for it in the future. All right, let's talk about Code Whisperer. So we have Code Whisperer and we have Q. Q is going to be our first S tier AI. And I know a lot of you are wondering how I think Q is an S tier AI. It's actually perfect. Q perfectly absolutely perfectly responds with, that is against the terms of my service, or that is not something I can do, to every single question you ask. To every single thing that you ask. Q is effectively perfect. You can't improve it anymore. It does what it does, and it does it perfectly. That being said, if you're actually trying to leverage it to do anything other than get denied, it's absolutely garbage, and you cannot leverage it at all. At all. So other than a joke, so perfect AI is a wraparound print line. That is effectively what we saw. We tried to do a bunch of stuff. The only thing that we ever got it to respond to was how to start an EC2 instance. That's the only thing that I got a sane response back. Everything else, it said, sorry, Dave, I can't help you. I literally said, can you help me print to the console in Python? And it said, sorry, Dave, I can't help you. And I was like, okay. Now, Amazon AI knows how to create something that costs you more money. That's absolutely true. So we're putting this up in S because F is for a... Okay, so let's move on to Code Whisper. I'm putting Code Whisper in the C. I'm actually putting Code Whisper as the most improved of 2023. At the beginning of 2023, it was worse than Cody with its inline code recommendations. But by the end of 2023, it had probably improved the most and was actually, if there was a B or an in between here, I would want it to be that in between, because it was almost breaching being as good as Copilot in some cases. So it was getting close. It definitely wasn't as good as Copilot in all cases, but it definitely was the most improved. It's been not skipping leg day all year. All right. So then let's move on to 1-star coder. 1-star coder is S tier. I don't know how to use it. I legitimately could not figure out how to use it. But I read the white paper. I read all of the specs on this thing. This thing might be taking over the world. And if you want it to write you a love sonnet while coding, I have found it very discouraging sometimes when coding and on hard problems, and you're stuck in this pit of trying to figure out this hard problem. If you have an AI that understands you deeply and is like, hey, instead of writing you some code, I could write you a joke. 1-star coder is there for you. I'm going to stop picking on it because I accidentally uploaded this twice. Look, we'll put it. No. Okay. Oh, can't remove that picture. Anyways, we have that too much. It was pretty bad. I literally hallucinated a love story that got a little too spicy for me to show again on Twitch or YouTube. That's our experience of it. So, yeah. Maybe if you have a PhD, you might be able to use 1-star coder and get code back out of it. But I struggled with it. All right. Now we're getting into I have Amazon Q here twice too. Oh my gosh. We're actually down to the last 2 contestants. Now they're separate here, but everybody knows they're the exact same thing. They're the exact same thing in the back end. We're just going to throw both of those up there. We have Copilot and ChatGPT. I didn't put any in A. And the fact of the matter is, they are also greatly improved over the year. At the beginning of the year, we saw them responding with just really large functions that tried to do everything in that large function. And Now, at the end of the year, both of these have taken it a step further. And I say both, they're kind of the same. Maybe we need to make an icon combining the two. We've seen where they take it and they're actually breaking it into functions that make more sense and things like that. Now, the reason they're not A. Let's talk about the reason there is no AI right now. Not one of these did I find, if I knew the subject, if I actually understood the subject, was I faster leveraging. Literally, I couldn't find a case where I was faster actually leveraging these AIs. The other issue is that they're still only right about 20% of the time. The other times they're very wrong. And the problem with them being wrong is they're sneaky wrong. If it was easy to see that they were wrong, that would be one thing. But when they're wrong, they look correct. And to be honest, there's probably the acceptance rate is probably actually lower on these. I say 20%, but it's actually probably like 10% of the time that they suggest something that's actually something I accept. There's probably another 10 to 15% where it's something I accept to then tweak because I see that it's wrong. It has a few problems with it, but it's faster to accept it and correct it than to type the whole thing. Or at least that's what I think. I didn't find any of these to... Now, in this B tier, I actually do find Copilot and ChatGPT in languages I don't know and in things that I don't know to actually be helpful because it's like a really fast Google search. You want to print in Python, you don't have to jump around. You can say, how do I print a new line in Python? And it's actually probably faster. But again, that's in something I'm not well versed in. So yeah. And then there's suggestions. I'm an experienced developer. One other thing that I would have to say here. One other thing I think is if you're a new coder, I hesitate to tell you to learn with these things. A lot of people say, oh, this is a fantastic way to learn. You can learn by typing here. But the problem with learning from something that will lie to you, I think is possibly not good. I think it could work for some people. Some people are going to challenge that authority and think they're right anyways. And those people, I think it's going to be just fine for. But people who are going to sit here and, accept it for what it's saying, I think it could cause them more problems than it's actually worth. So I would be hesitant to say, use these to learn. You can use them as a resource while learning, but I would be hesitant. Sometimes the code that they generate is also of low quality. A lot of the time. It might do the job, but it's not going to do it in such a way. One of the classic examples that this is something Copilot and ChatGPT did was instead of they would accumulate so they would accumulate the answer instead of finding the max, the highest value. They did this for every single time when I was trying to get the max of something, they would actually accumulate the answer. And it's those type of things that are maybe a little more tricky to see and understand than other things. Let's look at what the chat is saying. Sorry, that was I'm gonna clip that for my Null Bytes YouTube. So I was kind of ignoring chat a little bit, but what is 1 star? Okay, so 1 star is actually Star Coder. Star Coder. Star Coder is the only one that hallucinated a love sonnet when I asked it to program something. This is the only one that did that badly. It did really, really badly. And I'm not sitting here making fun of the people that worked on it. They're smarter than I am. They have done fantastic work. I like Hugging Face, which hurts me. I think Hugging Face does a really, really awesome job. The AI hurt me though. The mentally, not physically. It was rough to use. Copilot is more convenient than ChatGPT. Copilot is more convenient than ChatGPT. Absolutely. So, if you were doing this, if you were going to pay for one of these, one Copilot is actually cheaper for an individual than ChatGPT is. The other thing is, Copilot is because you can get ChatGPT to. This is actually really awesome. What is it called? Visual Studio Code. Okay. In here, not only can you get it to give you inline recommendations, let's say, this is a ChatGPT inline recommendation. Not only can you get that, but you can chat with it here. And you can say stuff like, what's wrong with this code? And this is actually going to ask it about this block of code here. Which is actually pretty cool, because you could also be like, is there a better way to do this? You know, am I missing something here? It's not very good at this type of questions, but it is cool, and it's a really powerful summary. That's what somebody was saying. Oh, well, also, I'm going to say your name, and I'm going to destroy your name, and I'm sorry about that. No more Heroes Paradise. I actually, capitalization never killed anybody. No more Hero Paradise. It's more elaborate summarizer and formatter that you have to double check. That's exactly correct. That is exactly correct. I find it amazing for parsing Azure and AWS documentation. That is correct. That is correct. Yep. So that's my my 2023 tier list. We're gonna post this on Twitter. We got it. All right. Cool. Get out of Visual Studio. All right. Let's move forward. If you guys were on YouTube watching this after it, thanks for watching. And see you later. But let's move on. I'm trying to save some of these for YouTube. I'm not posting them on my main channel. I need to include the links to that in the stream though. Let's move forward though. I feel like some of these, maybe once I got good enough at it, I could include in the main channel. I don't know. We're going to do a we're going to move on to designing a cache. So oh, you use it a lot for learning purposes? Format this doc to markdown table. I've actually never tried to use one of these to do something like formatting a table or something into markdown. That's actually a really cool idea though. That's a really cool idea. I'm going to have to give that a shot. That's a really cool idea. Okay. In I don't know in the summer games if we're gonna be able to incorporate that into the games exactly. So once a year, maybe twice a year, we test them with like Olympic games. We come up with challenges for them to do. It's fun. I'll see if we can't add that in as a challenge. I feel like that's only going to be a ChatGPT 4 thing. Like, I don't think the other coding things that are really just for coding are going to. So maybe we can't include that in the games, but it might be something we play around with. All right. So. Well, sometimes it's quite creative. Sometimes it's very, very, very creative. All right, before we get into messing around with code, so we do have some stuff to experiment with Auth. We do also have a design a cache interview question. So let me pull up my notes. I'm going to pull up my notes because I actually have quite a few notes on this topic. We're going to go through, especially because, like, in an interview, if you miss one of these things, it's fine. Like, they're not going to expect you to remember off the top of your head every single one of them. But if you're trying to do it as educationally as possible and you forget one, it's a little bit more less good. It's a little bit less good. All right. So we were going to talk about caching. We have talked a little bit about caching. We talked a little bit about caching because we talked about a CDN, which effectively is just a type of cache. We talked about caching for your web servers and the different forms of caching in front of a database. But we haven't really talked about caching. And so that is kind of what we're going to talk about today. Inevitably, throughout a system design interview, they're going to ask you, I usually do it in some way. Let's start this to be cut out. How are people liking those bites? Has anybody checked them out? Let me put those in chat. I put those right here. It's youtube.com/@. Let me actually make sure that that's the right place. youtube.com/@. null bytes. Yes. Yeah. So let me know how you guys are liking these. I'm clipping these out. I'm trying to make them a little bit, shortened and condensed. All right. Let's get into it. Let's get into it though. Welcome. And if you guys are here ready to learn about designing a cache, let's jump into it. Let's talk about what caching does. Let's understand why you would cache and when you would cache. And then let's understand the strategies for caching, the strategies for invalidating your cache, and then wrap it up with just some general questions and answers. So, let's get into it. What is caching? What is caching? Let's start there. What is caching? Why? All right, so caching is a hide speed layer. We're going to actually go ahead and make this a folder because I'm going to draw. I always do this. We're going to throw this up in here, and we're going to start a folder. Watch out, close your eyes really quickly. It always creates it with a white background first. My apologies. I warned you, though. All right. So what happens is that you have, there's several reasons to cache. We talked about one with the CDN, but it's a high speed, high access layer. So why cache? High speed access. So it's high speed access. It's retrieving something as quickly as possible. Now, obviously, you're going to say, well, we always want to retrieve something as quickly as possible. And that's true, but as quickly as possible changes. Do you want strong consistency on the data? That has a cost and a time that it's going to need to be there. Do you need it to be resilient? Do you need it to be saved to actual disk? That has a cost, a time cost. So as fast as possible might be slower than without a cache. A cache is an added thing that says, hey, what we can do is for stuff that doesn't change very often or things that we know when it's changed, we can store it in memory. Now, there is caching on memory. There's also caching on disk, and there's caching in your database. So there's a lot of layers of caching. But if an interviewer asks you when and where to cache, that's a trick question. That's a trick question. We'll get into that. So it's high-speed access to something. Now what? What can it be high-speed access to? It can be data in general. So that could be static web page content. It could be database queries. It could be anything. You could even cache your S3 images. Like if you stored images, I guess that's all of this is data. In S3, you could cache them if there was some that you wanted to be really fast, and that's what happens in like CDNs with some things. Those things get cached. All right, so these are kind of why we would cache. There is another reason. This high-speed access is one reason. So we'll put this as reason number one. But hey, Sweetness, can you turn that down a bit? Thank you. Okay, so we have one of high-speed access, but there's actually another reason that can be that we can talk about. Is actually alleviating pressure on resources that can't scale properly. I say properly, but are maybe harder to scale. So we want to alleviate pressure on critical resources. This is like when you query cache database queries that don't change a lot. You're actually alleviating pressure on databases. Databases are generally harder to scale than a lot of other stuff in your architecture. So you could do that. You could cache a API call. Maybe you have a monolith and it's now running on the biggest AWS instance out there. Now, if you have API calls that don't change very often, you could cache those. You can cache everything. So this is the trick question. When somebody asks you, what can you cache? The answer is everything. So you kind of think of this as like your standard architecture. You have a front end here. You have a back end down here. And and you have some database back here. And you have, we'll just go with this. We'll just go with this. So a lot of people will talk about, a lot of people I've interviewed with a system design that don't do as well as some will only focus on caching between here, the database and the backend. They'll say, we'll throw a cache here. It's a pretty classic place to cache. But they either don't talk about the CDN or anything like that, but that's a classic cache that goes here, is a CDN. A CDN only handles the static content, but you could also put a cache that handles API requests to alleviate long-running API requests. If you put an API cache here, this actually does a lot of things. Not only does it return it to the user faster, so not only does it give you a better user experience, especially if this is a distributed cache like a CDN, but it alleviates pressure on the backend API service. It alleviates pressure on the database. I'm assuming that this API call goes through the backend and then again through to the database. So it can alleviate a lot of pressure. And in a microservice thing, this could actually be calling another microservice. So it could actually be alleviating pressure on more than one microservice. So this is the true power of caching. And the fact is, it can be everywhere. We've talked about caching here. Did you guys know that in your browser that caches? Your browser is actually caching a bunch of stuff. Your browser caches domain lookups. So when you go to google.com on a new tab here, as we learned earlier there with the distributed DNS, the distributed DNS, when you do this, you have a DNS lookup. And that lookup, you have to go out somewhere. Now, the thing that happens is a lot of the times, if you look at page loads here, if you look at page loads and go to network here, I don't know that Google is a great example of this, but what you can see through this is that, can I make this on the bottom half? Oh my goodness, I have not used, I'm used to using Chrome. Why is it on the side and not on the bottom? This is the worst. This is the worst. Anyways, when you look at this, look at how many calls that it made. Again, maybe not the best example, but the point is it makes a bunch of subsequent calls, usually to the same domain. So your browser caches that DNS lookup for a short period of time. It only caches it. I think the browser, it's less than a second or a second. It might be a second because it's just for that one page to load all of its things. So it doesn't have to make a DNS lookup every single time. So again, this is why I say when people ask you what can you cache, the answer is everything caches. Caching makes everything feel better. If you had to make a DNS lookup for every single request that went to Google, every single one of these, it would be so much slower. So much slower. So, when you're asked, what is this? 2. Okay. What can you cache? Everything. But talk about it. When you're in the interview, talk about why you can cache everywhere and what it is. You don't generally have to talk about caching in the browser. When you're doing a system design, this is usually outside of the system design, but it never hurts to show that you understand that the browser also caches, that a lot of places use caching throughout, whether it's here, whether it's here, whether it's here. You can put a cache. And show that you understand that caching. You do understand that why it alleviates pressure on critical resources, but it's twofold. It doesn't just alleviate pressure on critical resource, but it also provides a better user experience because it makes the web page load faster. And the faster it loads, the better the website feels. So, I see a lot of people break this down a little bit more. I say alleviate pressure on critical resources. They'll say like it reduces network load, which is fine to say because a lot of the times if this handles it, there's not all of these network calls on your backend. That's a fine thing to say. Although I think alleviate pressure on critical resources covers all of that. Your network is one of those critical resources. You could say increase scalability. Again, we covered that with we covered increase scalability by alleviating pressure on critical resource. I just think that this is a much cleaner way of saying all of those same things. So anyways, yep. It basically does two things. High speed access, which gives better user experience. And it alleviates pressure on critical resources. So it's acceptable to use it for either of these things. What can you cache? You can cache absolutely everything. Is there questions now? We'll take a quick break to see if anybody has any questions. I know I've ignored chat a little bit. Let's see. No, we're not close to an ad break, so we're good. No questions? All right. Well, then we'll keep going. Now, I'm not going to get into all the different types of caches. We talked about a CDN for the content delivery network, which is a really popular one. We've talked about caching for your databases and those types of things, which are also pretty common. There are a bunch of different highly specialized caches. In the interview, you do want to ask questions about what you're caching for, because it matters. If you're Netflix, you're going to be caching videos and having a streaming service for these things. It 100% matters what you're caching if you're going to be designing a cache for it. So make sure that you understand that and some of the different things that you can do. In Netflix's, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually cache on disk. Because it's cheaper and they're storing movies, and the access is probably an acceptable thing if it's stored on SSDs. That would be my guess. I could be wrong. They probably have an article on it. We should look that up. But the idea is understand what you're caching is important. All right. So I guess that would get us to like types of caching. We could say types of caching. I don't know that it deserves its own section. Types of caching, and this is really like in memory, which is really, really fast. This is your memcached. This is your Redis. So memory. We have memcached. We have Redis. Pros, they're super fast. So you're talking pros, blazing fast. Then let's get to the cons. Cons, expensive. It's more expensive than SSDs. Expensive and transient. So if the server restarts, if the server shuts down, all memory is lost. So if you want that to be there and persist after a reboot or a server crash, you don't want it. So those are the pros and cons, really, of memory caching. It's good to know. It's good to know. What can you tolerate? Do you want to rebuild your cache after a restart? If you don't want this, because you'll need to rebuild your cache. So then you can cache on disk, which basically it's slower, but it can be cheap and transient, or not transient. Not transient. That's the whole purpose. All right. So I guess we can put this down here as a category. All right. So let's talk about replacement policies and cache invalidation. So these two things are different things, but they feel similar. So replacement, replacement is what happens when your cache becomes full. It has a certain amount of memory that exists, a certain amount of memory. And when it fills up, or disk even, when it fills up and you have a cache miss is when it's requested from the cache and it doesn't exist. Where does the new thing go? Well, you have to delete something to store the new thing. And so the replacement policy is basically says, what do you replace when you're full? And so there's several different methods here. There's the least recently used. Then there's the random replacement. There's the, there's FIFO, obviously. And there's also LFU, which is the least frequently used. So let's see. We have least recently used, least frequently used. Let's actually reorganize this just a little. This is a terrible way of doing this. We're going to put this here. We're going to put FIFO at the top because that's what people are probably most familiar with. So this is the first in, first out. And basically it just says the oldest record is going to get pushed out, whatever that is. But the reason you might not use this, what if the oldest record is heavily used? Maybe that's not the one that you want to use. Now, this is generally fine. I don't generally have a problem with FIFO because the thing is, even if the oldest record is the most heavily used, you will purge it from the cache once the cache becomes full, and then it will request it again, purging something else. Now, if you have a ton of objects and you're doing this a bunch, this can slow you down as you're purging the same thing over and over and over again. And that's where some of these other strategies can come into play. So the least recently used means this is based off of access. So you know that thing that is heavily used, that's heavily queried for, that static icon that's your website's, your business logo on your website. This least recently used says what hasn't been used for a very long time. So it's the thing that hasn't been used for a very long time. All right. Then we have LFU, which is the least frequently used. So this is all about frequency. You could have used A right now, but only once. B, you could use 5 minutes ago, but you use it every 5 minutes. Something like this. It's going to purge A. It's going to pick the thing that's used less frequently. So this is all about frequency of access. So the things that are used hit the least are going to be words. I have them. The things that are used the least are going to be purged the most. So this is least frequently used. Random replacement says my data is pretty random. My access pattern is pretty random. And until I understand it better, we're going to go with this. I have never actually had a cache that needed random replacement. I've never had one that's so random that has been a thing. But I have heard that those are cases for that. So the other one is it could just be that you don't understand how you're using your data. So and you pick. Although I would say that if you don't understand, I would start with like a FIFO or even a LFU first before you go with random replacement. I've never used it before. All right. So those are our replacement strategies. Now, what we can talk about is our invalidation strategy. Now, this is saying when we talked about all right. So when we talked about our CDN, when we talked about our CDN, we talked about, hey, we have a new deployment of our website. How is that handled? How is that dealt with? Because you want people to start pulling the new website. And this is where it starts getting into your invalidation, where you're actually saying it's not that you're replacing. I mean, you're effectively replacing as well. But you're saying that the data the cache has is now no good. Now, usually invalidation is expensive in a cache. In general, it's kind of expensive, but there's ways to deal with this. So there's some common ones. Let's ask ChatGPT. Let's ask it, see what it. We'll go to ChatGPT straight. Although we did kind of prove that this was the exact same thing. What are some of the major invalidation strategies for caches? Let's see what it gets us. Ooh, it got the write back cache. This should be an easy one for ChatGPT to get. Manual. Okay, this is actually pretty good. I didn't put manual in my notes. I didn't do that, but you can just delete caches. This has been a thing. This is not really. I mean, like this is like a rehashing of other stuff. Okay, this is getting a little. This is getting a little out there, but the first ones were really good. We'll take these. We'll take these. We'll take the first 6 and talk about those. Mainly because the first 6 are in my notes. Not in my notes. Can't talk about it. Okay, so time-based invalidation. This is just the TTL. This is like the most standard. You set a 5-day TTL, things invalidate. Now, this doesn't work when you have new content. This TTLs, this is what the browser used. We've talked about the browser, which has like a 2-3 second TTL on the DNS lookup. So TTLs are used in many things, and they're kind of the dumb way to do it. They're the easy way too. TTLs are easy. The cache itself handles that. All right, write through cache. This is basically where you, let's see, in this strategy, every write operation is done simultaneously in the cache and underlining data store. Okay, so a write through cache, I don't know that this explains it very well, but what a write through cache does is this. You have the cache, and then you have the database, the data store. So a write through writes here first, and then it writes here. So you write through the cache, basically. So you update the cache as you update the data store. This is a write through cache. So basically, you write it to cache for really quick lookups, and then this is your persistent storage. So this is your memory that if it reboots, it's fine because it's in persistent storage, but it's there. So this is write through. Okay. So then we have a write around cache, which this is. So this probably you write directly to the database, and basically we're about to come up with an ad break. Oh, we're in an ad break. We're in an ad. Wobble Stick, how are you doing? How are you doing? We're doing ads right now. We're doing ads. And then we're talking about caching. Dirk, you have to go? I hope everything's okay. I have nothing to, or are you saying the stream is terrible? It's maybe a little harsher. I hope everything's okay. Oh, you have to write Golang. Oh, Dirk. Welcome to the dark side, Dirk. Welcome to the dark side. Oh, I have to write go now. I read it as I have to go now. I'm such an idiot. Okay. All right, so the ads are ending. We are almost done with this on caching, and then we'll get to some more fun stuff. Mostly code at this point. So, Dirk, I do have a tier list for languages. Maybe we'll do that next week. I do have a tier list for languages. I'll talk about the languages. I think I'll address some of those. I actually struggle to see how people... I agree with you in general. Yeah, I do have I have a tier list for languages. We'll do it next Saturday. I worked on it. I make fun of every language, some more than others. Maybe Haskell and Perl the most, and Go. Haskell, Perl, and Go probably have the brunt of the jokes. Probably. Camel's probably up there too. I don't know. Those got... I didn't make any jokes about Rust. Okay, maybe I made a few. I have a few lined up for Rust. I'm hopefully keeping it fun, informative, but also kind of everybody's going to be like, oh yeah, that kind of sucks about that language. That's going to hopefully be the idea, is that everybody can have a good time. Unless you're PHP. I don't think that there was any... those weren't even jokes that I was making about PHP. All right. So this is a write through. We have other types of cache though. Instead of this as a write through cache, you can do a write around cache. What does a write around cache do? It does this. It writes around the cache. Why would you pick a write around cache? Well, a write through cache is really good if you want to immediately be able to query the data very quickly. But it's actually harder on the cache. You're writing to the cache a bunch. And if you write a bunch of stuff that probably is not going to get hit, it's better to do a write around. You put it into the persistent store, and if it's not going to be hit for a week, 2 weeks, why does the cache need to have it? You're going to fill it up. You're going to go through, you're going to have to, when you fill up the cache, you're going to have to start doing replacement policies, and you might be filling it up with stuff you don't care about. So this is why you might pick a write around cache. All right. So then there's a less used. It's called a write back cache. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. The only write back cache I have ever used is in front end. It's a classic place, and it's used for optimistic rendering. What a write back cache does is, I guess we can have these two things. A write back cache doesn't write to the data store. Not necessarily, not always. And it writes to the data store on its own terms whenever. So in a write through, it actually has to write to the data store before responding. Maybe I should have drawn this a little bit better like this. So it has to do all of that. So it has to be persisted before it gets this. So this is called optimistic rendering on the front end, when basically you write to a local cache that you then eventually sync. But you can render on the front end what you've already written to cache optimistically. This is why it's optimistic rendering. You're saying, yeah, it will sync to the upstream data store eventually. This is the only time I've ever used it. I've never used write back cache in a system. I'm trying to, I don't think I've ever used a write back cache in a backend system. I'm sure that there's a scenario. I can't think of it. I'm sure that there's a scenario where this would be entirely useful. And I'm just not thinking of it. Let's go back to our. Okay, so event driven. You're a bit confused by those diagrams. Let's fix them then, because if you're confused by them, that's no good. All right. So we're talking about cache invalidation. How do we update a value in your cache? And so this is a write through, where basically when you write a new value, you write it to cache first, then you write it to the data store, and then you return to the user that the thing has been saved. A write around cache writes it to the data store directly and immediately returns basically, maybe this is actually a bad one too. And then returns to the user that it was saved. Then when you're accessing it, you'll access it through the cache. Basically, when you go to access the value, you'll access it through the cache. The write back cache is one where you write directly to the cache and immediately return OK to the user when it's in the cache. It hasn't been persisted to data store. This will happen eventually at some time under some circumstance. Again, this is the one that I talk about in the front end with optimistic rendering. These are just writes. These are just writes, Dirk. Obviously, all reads will go through the cache. Sorry, that's not clear. All reads go through the cache. That's why the cache exists. That's why it's that. Use it. Use it. Sorry, that wasn't clear. That's a good call out. We're just following the writes. We're just following the writes. We're understanding how we invalidate our cache. So yeah, this is write back and write behind. This is now technically write behind and write back are slightly different. I have an asterisk here in my notes to talk about this. I always consider them the same thing. They're not. Write behind is what I described. Write back only writes to the data store when the cache is full. I have never used write back, and I cannot perceive why I would. Write behind makes sense to me. Again, the optimistic rendering in the front end, things like that. I never have data that I'm okay just losing. And with a write back cache, that's what you get, because it only writes to the data store when it gets full. And so if it crashes, restarts, power failure, whatever, before then, you lose your data. So the write back never made sense to me. Write behind does. I think that makes sense. Okay. Now, event-driven invalidation. This is this is ChatGPT. I mean, this is basically your write through. It's an event. How does your event update it? So if you have a Kafka pipeline that's going to update this, which one of these methods does it use? So we're going to delete this one. And then there's always manual invalidation. You would not believe how many times I've manually deleted a cache. Literally just restart the node. Restart it, and you have invalidated the entire cache. When there would be problems we had one cache, and I forget what it was. There was a specific scenario where it needed to be invalidated, and we would just restart the node. That was the standard deployment procedure for the cache. We would restart it. It's valid. This is not good. I'm not saying you design your system with manual intervention, but you can manually restart these. This is one that ChatGPT thought of that I didn't put in here. But you can't just invalidate the cache. Dirk, you go have fun writing your Go. All right. So these are, if you come up with all this, you've passed the cache question. If you can prove that you can talk about these things, I think that is really there is, there's the invalidation methods. I didn't take any notes on this, where you can talk about purging, banning, TTL. There's others. I don't remember them off the top of my head. If you guys are interested in those, that's just like how you actually get the data out or delete it. I didn't prepare for those though. And very rarely do those come up. Unless if you're actually building a caching mechanism. Those are yeah. You can also talk about your metrics. So there's your hit rate, your miss rate, the size of your cache, as well as the latency, I think are the big ones. So let's talk about those really quickly. Let's talk about cache metrics. So these can be really important, understanding the performance of your cache. So latency is obviously important. A lot of the times you're using a cache to provide a better experience for your front-end users, which means instead of a slow database request that they have to wait on, they can get a fast query from your cache. So it means this is kind of important. But there's a lot of things to understand with this, like your hit rate and your miss rate. Miss rate. These rates are important. So a hit rate is when you find what you were looking for in your cache, and a miss is when you didn't find it and had to go to the backing data store. So a really high hit rate means that you're effectively caching the things that you want, and a really high miss rate means that you're almost never using your cache. So you want a really high hit rate and a really low miss rate. That's the idea. That's a more effective cache. Now, it's okay sometimes. Maybe you only want to cache the really slow things. And so you're going to miss a lot because maybe a lot of stuff is really fast that you don't care about, and you're doing it for memory. But these are why you need to understand what you're caching, why you're caching it, and what matters to you. And this is why this is a pretty important metric. And your latency on that cache. So yeah, those are some cache metrics that you wanna be looking for. There's obviously like resources consumed, whether it's memory, disk, whatever your cache is based off of, that you want to be monitoring and understand. Because maybe you don't want a huge cache. Maybe you don't want petabytes of data in your cache. I don't know. Maybe you do. And that's it. That's acing your system design interview. If you're watching on YouTube, I hope that you enjoyed that. If you're on Twitch, let's keep going. Let's move on. I have actually I just have fun stuff to do at this point. So I not fun. I have a thing I want to do with Ori. I want to see if we can't use the session to sign a JWT. Maybe we can, maybe we can't. I think that would be terribly awesome if we can, and we can continue using Ori. If we can't, well, doesn't matter. We're going to try. That's what we're going to do next, right after this amazing break that I'm going to take. I'm going to take a quick break to make another cup of coffee. So, oh gosh, blinding white. There we go. There we go. Okay. Be right back. All right. So I'm going to actually, you know, let me get a little music on for you guys. Let me get a little music on for you guys. Let's get a little music on. Let's get a little music going. And then elevator music. Got to love it. All right. I'm going to make a cup of coffee. I'm going to play an ad while I'm gone. That way we don't have one when I get back. And the fun will continue. Fun will continue. See you guys in just a second. All right. I'm back. How's everyone doing? All right. I'm going to try something a little different. So we have a session from Ori, and we're going to try our hardest to make that session a JWT. We're going to try our hardest to get a JWT out of that. Let's see. I had, let's go to favorites. Here we go. Here we go. Convert Ori sessions to JWTs, JSON Web Tokens. This is what we want. This is what we need. This is what we've been asking for. Ori offers a powerful session management system that is based on cookies. In some contexts, however, relying on cookies is not possible. You know what we also need? You know, I don't want to highlight and search. This is really annoying me. So look what I have been loving Edge, but one thing, I can't read very well. And to help me read, I highlight stuff. And when I highlight, it says search with Bing. So now if I click somewhere else and it's up, it's just like search with Bing. I can't click somewhere else because it's stuck on searching with Bing. Even though I'm way over here, it's like, yeah, you want to search with Bing. Oh my goodness, this has got to stop. Got to stop. Also, DuckDuckGo. Ugh. I don't know if what we changed fixes it, but we'll see. No, it doesn't. Can we say menu set? Ooh. Menu on text selection. Ah, all right. Cool. I'm fine with it if I select something and like right click or something, do something. I just don't. Oh, that is so much better. Okay, I can edge now. Sorry, that was something that's been bothering me. All right, end-to-end example. Let's take a look at an end-to-end example. This guide assumes you already have an Ori network project running. If not, create a new project now. You first need to create a JSON Web Token and store it locally. Why do I need this? Next, you'll need to create a JSON-net template that will be used to modify the claims of the JWT. Oh, okay. So we're pushing this. Okay. I thought that they were saying like we needed to, like save that on the machine that was going to make the JW, but we can push this to the Ori. Oh, okay. Cool. Let's do this. Oh. So this JSON-net template is basically what's going to be the claims of the JWT. Is that what it is? Let's do this. Let's do this. Can't type today. What are we listening to? Let's go to the next. I can't do too repetitive. If something's too like a song, I can't do that. No offense to whoever made it. I'm sure you're way more talented than I am and make music that masses love. Woke up and it was a balmy 1 degree out. It's up to 9 degrees now. I feel like I'm gonna turn this heater back on. Okay. Actually, Ori, we'll just go in here. All right. Oh, you know what we also need to do? Oh. Oh, check this out. Wait. Oh, okay. Oh, check it out. We can move this now to its rightful place. That feels a little gross. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe I'll just put you know what I should do is Internet Explorer. You know, like as the action instead of Edge. That feels a little dirty. Using Edge feels a little dirty. Not gonna lie. Okay, let's copy and paste this. Okay, so Ori create JWD some example set. What is this some example set? What is this some example set? I don't understand what this is. Everything else makes sense. You want the ES256 encryption algorithm, the project ID, JSON pretty, that like all that makes sense. What is this some example set? Is it just the name? I feel like it's just the name. I love how the format default is default. I hope that's wrong, but it is what it is. It is what it is. All right, let's go back to this. We're going to make this. What should its name be? I think this is the name that we're giving it. We're just going to do that. This is not going to work. Project ID is not. Yeah, 1 second. Cone of silence. The project ID is not sensitive, but the file I'm going to open does contain something sensitive. You know what? I say it contains something sensitive. I don't know that it does. There's one thing I don't know if it's sensitive or not. And we're back. Now, very interesting. Okay, so it does say that we can use the slug. So sometimes you need, there's actually, how this is done is this is the project slug, and then there's actually a project ID, which is, this is partially that ID, and then the ID goes like on further. It's a GUID. And some things accept both, some things do not. Okay, I'm gonna really quickly cone of silence, you guys. Check out this file. Oh, that looks beautiful. So much encryption in so little space. Cool. All right. You guys can see again. Look at that. I know it's like I hide stuff from chat. It's like I hide stuff from chat. All right. Oh, what did they call this? Just claims.jsonnet? What are people's thoughts on JSONnet? What are people's thoughts on JSONnet? Do we want to do anything else here? I feel like we might. Let's not cart before the horse, but what is it called? JWT. It's just JWT.io. I feel like under the claims, we might want to do something, but I think we'll just start with this. You're liking Tumbleweed? Cool. That's awesome. I'm glad that you do. I honestly think, you know, full disclosure, I used to work at SUSE. I never try to lead anybody into my own bias. And currently I'm using Arch. I think Tumbleweed is probably one of the more underappreciated distributions out there. I'm not going to say it's the perfect one or the best one or, you know, anything like that. I think that for what it is, it's underappreciated. I think it's pretty good. Same with Leap. And Leap is going to a slow roll. I actually have a thing about Leap's slow roll in the news because SUSE has released clarification on it. I know that we talked about it a little bit ago. It's like Arch without the attitude. Yeah. I mean, I got 20% more attitude when I switched to Arch. Like, that's just, it just comes with the distribution. Oh. Cool. And honestly, I know that people don't believe me on this. Zipper, I absolutely love Zipper. I absolutely love Zipper. Zipper is quite possibly the coolest thing about all of it. It's actually pretty fantastic. Let's see, we have a claim mapper. So basically what they're doing here is Ori is going to be able to map. It's going to be able to use what we're building right now to generate a JWT based off of the session and send that back with the session cookie that we're going to be able to parse out. And we're going to be able to pass that JWT back to systems like our backend, which takes which is going to authenticate a JWT. Zipper is a bit slow. I had never thought about it that way. It might be. It's been a little while since I've used it. It might be a little bit slow. For repo management and stuff, I find it the most intuitive and easy to use, like straight off the thing. You know, like with Arch, you can use Pacman, but a lot of people wrap it to make it a little bit more user-friendly and whatnot. Whereas like Zipper doesn't need any of that. But yeah, maybe it's a little slow. Like I said, I don't know that I thought about it that way. All right, so this is building the tokenizer, and we'll need to put this in there. Zipper is just easy. That looks like valid JSON to me, buddy. You got the end quote, you got the end quote, the beginning quote. This looks like valid JSON to me. What am I missing here? All right, let's JSON pretty print this up. Oh, I think I see. We need to not have this. Oh, interesting. It has a line break in it? Oh, so we just don't want to use cat. That's the terrible part here. Oh. Cat is filling it up with line breaks. Now, in my defense, Ori's documentation said to do it with cat. But cat classically line breaks. Huh. Is that the issue though? Maybe there's a different issue. No, that's the whole issue. Okay. I think Debian is another underrated one. Maybe I need to do a tier list on the most underrated Linux distributions. That's actually not a bad idea. Like, not the best Linux distributions, the most underrated. Because I think people overlook Debian too often. People overlook Debian and it's actually not bad. I feel like OpenSUSE would win. I'd have to be really clear that maybe I'm a little biased. All right, how do you cat without the line breaks? I know that you can do it. Let's hit up chat. Cat without line breaks. Ew. Is it this isn't the only way, right? Cat without line breaks. Yeah. This is what I want. I don't want the line breaks. Do I have bat installed? I do. Will bat do what I want? I think it will. I think when bat detects that it's being used like this, I don't know. We'll see. No, it didn't. Actually, maybe it's the files. Actually, let me check this out really quickly. It might be this files. No, it's not, because this is actually the output of bat. I don't want to output these to a file and then read them. Do I have to do that and update them? Cat without line, not line breaks, but line without new line. Okay, so maybe ChatGPT is correct. Let's try this. Let's try this. That feels very, very, very gross. Let's see. We just want this. Will this work? I mean, I'm not entirely sure that it worked, but oh, it didn't expand these. So now it's asking for an actual project ID. 1 second. Code of silence. All right. Do project ID. I think I don't know if project ID is sensitive or not, so I'm just not going to show you. And there we go. That should be done now. I think OpenSUSE, Debian are probably my two highest underrated Linux distributions. OpenSUSE for desktop and Debian for server. I think people underrate Debian for the server. You know, they think of enterprise Linux as your Rocky, your Red Hat, those types of things. I think OpenSUSE is underestimated for desktop and probably for server. Their server is probably not terrible. Alpine, you think, is the most underrated? See, I think Alpine's used in way too much stuff. I actually think it's overrated, but maybe that's me. You think it's underrated? Oh. Alpine for desktop. Okay, I get that. Void Linux? I don't know that I've ever heard about Void Linux. So it could be underrated. I don't know. All right. Let's see. What are we doing? Okay, we got a source Ori, and then we can do npm run dev. Cool. Let's see. We want a new tab, and we're going to do source Ori again, and then we're going to do Ori proxy. No, it's not Ori proxy, is it? It's it is not proxy, not proxy, not proxy. Tunnel. That's what it is. It's not proxy. Ori tunnel. There we go. So you think I've never heard of Void Linux, Scott B. So I don't know if it's underrated or not. To be honest, you know, it could be. I've never heard of it. What is your favorite small tiling window manager? I mean, I'm using i3 right now. I want to switch to Sway at some point and start using Wayland, but right now I'm still just on X, so I haven't done that. I've heard good things about Cosmic. I tried to get Cosmic to work. I wasn't going to do a stream about doing it because it's kind of hard to show that type of stuff very well. Distro Void. What makes it different? What makes this stand out? Oh, it doesn't have system D. What does it use other than system D? I'm sure there's better things than system D. I kind of have but it's also the thing that I know. It's kind of the thing that I know. You know, a Linux distro without systemd is kind of like screw with you, systemd. That's at least how I feel. Let's REST API this out and see if we get yeah. This does not look like it should work, but really quick cone of silence. It uses run it. Never used run it. That kind of screwed up. I don't know why. I don't. No. No. Oh my gosh. Oh, I need to pass it a session. I don't know how to get a session without using their SDK, which means we'll have to do it with the Java. Try to convert an Ori session to a JWT. So they have the Ori JavaScript SDK. Do you like run it? Again, I've never used it. I don't know. I like really simple models though. Like I get where sometimes the simple models then generally this is what happens is the simple model is fantastic until there is some edge case. And then it just doesn't work. And then that's where like if you make the simple model do all the things the complicated one does, like system D, in the end you just create another system D. That's generally what happens. And so like that's where like you just have to ask yourself, does it do everything that you need it to do? And if it does, then that's fantastic. And if it doesn't, then you just have to use one of the more complicated ones, and that's also fine. Toggle bit. What would you like to do? I'm basically done with you know what? It's JavaScript. It's JavaScript. What would you like to do other than that? I'm about ready for just about anything else because you're right. This stream has gone downhill. Deeply downhill. My brain hurts right now. Not only is it JavaScript. Not only is it front-end JavaScript, it's authentication on top of that. JWTs. What could be worse? Russell, I'm touched. That's like the first time you've come to my defense. It's like the first time you've come to my defense. Java and Kotlin. I'm not sure that makes it better, Toggle bit. That's like, technically, we're doing JavaScript and TypeScript because I mixed both of them, which is probably worse. Oh. Hot meat kettle. Oh my gosh. So this JWT thing has kicked my little butt around for a little while. So this week I actually was looking up how to take a session and turn and like sign a JWT with the session so that then we can pass that session to our backend, which is written in a mixture of both Go and Rust. And we can just deal with JWTs in the back end while using sessions in the front end. That's what I attempted to do today. And I think that I have everything working as far as signing the session goes, except the front end part. But I'm actually happy to move on to something other than a session. Do you know what I'd like to move on to? You know what, Toggle, you brought this up, and it's good. It's good. You know what I'd love to move on to? I'd like to make my TUI for my Twitch chat. Oh, wait. Are we ready? I need a really good TUI. Right now, I've been using Ratatouille. I think it's Ratatouille. What have I done? Okay. I just learned to actually use it. I'll show you what I've done. It's not great. It's not great. I have there was several things that pushed it back. There were several things that pushed it back. One, we had the December stuff that I was doing all the December, and then the null cloud was down, which it's powered by the null cloud, so it kind of made it less useful because I didn't have chat. All right, let's cd into the code, and then we have Twitch chat. It needs to be named differently because it should include YouTube chat too. Right now it's just this. It's just these 3 files, okay? So we connect to Twitch, and then we display the chat messages on stream. In text. That's all we do. I think this is the Ratatouille stuff. Maybe it's broken now. Did we leave it in a I never leave anything in a broken state. So this is the Ratatouille stuff. So basically we just have 2 loops, which seems, yeah. We're checking for Twitch. Wait a second. We have 2 back-to-back loops. All right. This can't be correct. And then we draw. I think this is what we were working on changing right now, was basically we have like a drawing thing. Okay, so this is, I actually remember asking you about this in December because I was like, do I have to make like an app framework? And that's basically where we were getting it, where it was like, we can do this type of stuff, but we needed to do like the view model, like application framework. Like the TUI doesn't have that as part of it. It doesn't have like a render thread that I can just push stuff to render. I actually have to maintain that render thread myself. Yeah. And then I was like, this seems like a lot of work. And if I'm going to use Anathema, I'd rather just wait. So, see, Togglebit, you're not allowed to mix YouTube chat and Twitch chat because you're a partner. But that's not part of mine. I looked. They don't care about us little streams. It's not recommended because they say we can't moderate what's on YouTube versus they can moderate what's in Twitch. They can't even moderate what's on Twitch. Yeah. So the idea that I wanted to do was basically let people play Wordle while I did like my Be Right Backs, as well as the other thing is like when I'm programming, a lot of the time this whole thing here could be like chat on screen. So I'd like to get chat here, and then when I go to like the Be Right Back, it should go full screen and let Twitch chat play Wordle. That's the idea with it, but I really need a good TUI. And I got to the point where I was like, I got Ratatouille working. And then it was like, now I really need to like start building a framework of, you know, like some render thread that sits there and just checks for updates to the backing data, and then some thread to update the backing data that's supposed to be displayed. And I was like, if I'm going through all this and I really wanted to try Anathema, I had to wait. And at the point, Anathema wasn't in alpha. So it looks like it's in alpha now. Do I see that? Is that right? Can I just go? Is there an example? I see this here. Let's see. Okay. We're just going to try. We're going to delete some of this stuff, mainly the double loop. All right, so we have, wait. This is good. We're just going to delete this, where we do the TUI, the Ratatouille screen. Let's do this. Don't delete things for you. I mean, this stuff is garbage anyways. It's already committed. It's already committed. So like, you can always undo. It's already in Git. So we're good. We're good. I'm not forking. I'll just revert a commit. So I'll delete. And that's right. We moved all the TUI stuff out of the main. So the main was basically just setting up communications and then, you know, starting the app on its own thread. Okay. And this is, yeah, I'm just trying to remember myself where I was at because, like I said, I put it on pause. Okay. So what we're probably going to do, actually, is comment this. And we're just going to try to handle it straight here. We're just going to do it right here. I need a way to send messages to views and to the runtime. It's possible to do it in a tick event for now. Okay, so that's what with TUI was happening, is basically I was building an entire framework to then leverage it as a TUI. Like, it did the drawing and stuff to the screen, which I mean, that's that good. Do one thing and do it well. But to me, I almost wanted, you know, like, when you do an Android app, it doesn't just tell you, here's a library to draw to the screen. It has all the pieces with, like, a rendering, you know, pipeline and everything. And I kind of wanted that. I want to build the app. I don't want to build a rendering pipeline and those types of things. Now, if I do have to do it, that's fine. I'm going to do it. But I'd like to get around it. Wait, is it toggle byte? I thought it was toggle bit. Wait. No, it is toggle bit. Is it toggle byte on GitHub? Or are you just pulling my leg here? No, it is toggle byte. Ooh. Some other noob got... Okay. Sorry, I just... Sorry. I don't know why I found that way funnier than it should have been. All right. Well, we're all glad you decided to start streaming. We all need that pillar of stream excellence. Actually, if anybody here doesn't know who Togglebit is, you know what? I remember the first time I almost timed out Togglebit instead of a shout out. If anybody doesn't know who Togglebit is, if you're on Twitch or YouTube, go check out his stream. It's a fantastic chill stream, fantastic streamer. Go check them out. I think everybody that's on my stream. So fun story here. Fun story is that Togglebit came to my stream at some point when I was a much, much smaller streamer. I think like average of 0 viewers instead of 4 viewers. And I believe that Russell actually knew who Togglebit was. And it was hilarious because I had no idea who Togglebit was. That's the funny story. It's not actually that hilarious. It was embarrassing for me. I didn't know that I had been blessed with a famous streamer on my stream. Go check out Togglebit. All right, let's check this out. What is this AML garbage? Render a border around the text, placing the text in the middle of the term. What is the AML dot? Okay, one second. We gotta see what this AML text is. Templates. It's in templates. I don't see a templates. Am I hallucinating here? Maybe that's in examples? Oh, it's in examples. Okay. Index.aml. There is no index in here. This will be fine though. Anathema markup language. Okay. So we got a V stack. I'm going to assume that's a vertical stack. Is a V stack kind of like a... is this almost like HTML? Could we have used HTML instead of a different markup language? That actually sounds gross. I take those words back. I take back every one of those. If I'm familiar with Flutter and Swift UI, the answer would be no, I'm not, but I will learn. So, quick question. Is there any way to dynamically create these, or do all UIs have to be statically created? I think I asked you this once before. But there's no way to, like, basically do this programmatically, right? Okay. Rust can be a bit verbose. Okay, I'm getting it. So we don't have the index, but we can... Let's do one of these then. Let's just copy this, and let's just do one of these. All right, we have an Anathema. Let's see. Let's just do it here. Yeah, we'll just do it here. I don't think that this is why is everything off? This looks like an off by 1 right here. It should be here. Why do we have an off by 1 here? I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I think maybe we should run Rust format. Rust format's probably going to bulk at me because it's kind of in a bad state. Oh, that looks better. Oh, that looks better. My goodness. Okay. That's much better. All right, we got to grab one of these templates. Let's grab one of these templates. Let's see. Basic. We'll just start with basic. All right. Basic dot. Wait. This is tiny. Uh-oh. We were looking for AMLs, not tinies. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. I can just ignore the file. Okay, so this is AML. This is. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't looking at something different. That's all I cared about. So we'll just do index.aml. Cool. All right. So in here, we'll just throw this in there. All right. We actually need to update this. We're not English. We like our coffee. Corfy. I'm actually going to try to be in London in like 2.5 weeks. We'll see if I actually make it. I'll let you guys know Monday if I actually am going to make it. I got to get a lot of stuff figured out. But if I'm going to be in London on Monday, if any of you are in, or in a couple of weeks, if any of you guys reside near London, near is like 2-3 hours in a car, love to hang out at a pub with some fish and chips. Landon. All right. So, fun story. I was looking at, let me pull up a map and not dox myself really quickly. I was looking at this place, and the name is hilarious. I wish Google Maps did not try to dox me every single time I opened it. They need a streamer mode, I feel like. Okay, so there's this city called this right here. And I don't know how you guys would pronounce it. I don't know how you guys would pronounce this right here. But most sane people I've been told would call it Londonderry. That is not how I decided to pronounce it to the natives there. I thought it was Londonderry. Like Londonderry. I got made fun of quite a bit for Londonderry. I'm an idiot, but like Long John Silver's. I'll just say laundry. Oh, anyways, yeah, I found that humorous. Thought I'd share it with you guys. Oh no, your glove 80 broke? How long has she had the glove 80? She hasn't had it for long, has she? How hard does she type? The on-off button broke? After a month? And they won't fix it? That seems wild. That seems wild. Do we know a person who's sponsored by them? All right, so this is, wait, what did we call it? We called it a template. Okay, so we just need to what? Get rid of that. Anyways, yeah, I'll let you guys know if I'm going to be in London. I don't know that I know anybody in London. I know people near London, maybe. I don't really know where people live, actually. I know countries of origin. But to an American, I'm not gonna lie, to an American, and I know this will be strange. But to an American, we look at let me go back to my maps. Oh, thanks for doxing me again. If you ask an American and you're in London here, pretty much all of this is close. I know that people that live here don't agree, but basically anything in here is considered close. And I know it's like 2 hours, which is an eternity to you, but that's actually pretty close. Yeah. Anyways, just, I know it's a little different. The southeast of London? What's in the south of east? You now make me want to go to the southeast. What the crap is in the southeast of London? Orpington? Orpington? Is that really Orpington? Is Orpington? Is that Orpington? I want to go to Orpington now just because of its name. Or are we talking like way down here with Folkestone? Like, where are we talking? Because to me, northeast of London would it be like down here? South of the river. We're talking about this one. My geography of London is terrible, just so you know. My geography of London is... I know where it is. That is my geography of London. Oh, that is my failed to select a version of quote. Do I use quote? I guess since this is kind of... Okay, this project is kind of large because it has all the Twitch stuff. Because I was thinking, does any of these things use quote? But I don't know. Okay, this is better. This is better. Read string to index. I took that right out of the example. I didn't import any of these things, did I? No, I didn't. Yeah. we'll just throw this stuff here. We're going to undo that. Throw this stuff here. And then we're going to... Oh, most likely Tokyo. You know what? I haven't done proc macros yet. That's something I need to learn to do. I have avoided it. I love using other people's. I love using other people's. I myself have not waded into that that little bit of yeah, they're a little bit hairy. I was gonna say, oh, they're a little bit outside of. I need to. I want to. Let's see. Can we just, for the time being, get rid of these things? Oh, okay. So this is easy to fix. See ya, Scott. Thanks for joining. All right, let's see. We called unwrap on an error value. Oh, no. Let's see. It was on 92? Oh, no. Oh, you know what? I can guarantee you it's looking in the root of the directory. So this was index to index.ml. All right, that should fix it. See ya, Scott. Oh, look at that. Okay, so it rendered. Cool. Let's understand a little bit here. Okay, now one of the things that I'd like to do with this is then update it. So for I in this, I equals 1. So we have a for loop. We have just an array. Can we adjust this array in that's not at all what I meant to hit. Can we adjust this array in code? So like give it, can we assign variables in here? Like I feel like that would need to be happening. Let's go back to the okay. Let's go back here and see. Basic example. Got it. Runtime. This is probably where we can update those things, is using the runtime, would be my guess. The following settings are available. Enable mouse. Enables mouse support in the terminal. Enable alt screen. I like the alt screen. That's nice. Okay, enable control C. Okay. Cool. This is looking delicious. The view exposes event handling, passes an internal state to the runtime. Okay, this is actually what I wasn't getting in TUI, where there wasn't like an internal state mechanism. So I'm actually very excited about this because I didn't want to have to deal with like a runtime where I actually had to drive the UI. You know, in TUI, you had to like create your frames per second by sleeping on your driving of the UI. And I didn't really want to do that. Not that I can't, that's not really what I wanted to do. I wanted to make a cool thing to interact with Twitch chat. So this is cool. This is cool. View. Oh, we got some like implementing view. Okay, wait a second. Runtime. I got the runtime, and we have a runtime. Yep, we have a runtime. Step 2, runtime. Got it. Step 3, start the runtime. Got it. View. A view exposes event handling and passes any internal state to the runtime. Any type that implements the view trait is a view. This trait has no required methods. However, note that without implementing the function state self dynamic state method, no internal state will be exposed to the template, even if the view has a state. See state for more information. I don't understand this sentence, but I'm sure it's a skill issue on my part. So we have a state, which is name and a list of guests. We have the struct here. I don't get this. Has no required so it has default methods. Is there a reason? Is there a reason for this toggle? Like, is there a good reason to not implement the method? Like, is there an instance where you wouldn't want to? Because in my perspective here is like, wouldn't you always, like, if I'm making this thing, wouldn't I want to override? Like, I don't want just the default state, right? I'm making a view. Okay. Okay, so it's for internal state. Oh, okay. Okay, I got it. You can pass state to a view from another view in the template. Okay, okay. That was my question, was like, I wouldn't, if I was making a view, it have state, but you can pass it from external sources. Okay. Oh. Part 2. I missed this part. I got stuck on this part. My bad. External state. External state is state that is passed to the view from the outside. My goodness, I'm sorry, Togglebait. You have it right here in the documentation. Okay. Internal state is mutable. External state is just viewable. That makes sense. You're well worth it. Usually I try to look at the docs before the stream, at least a little. Before we dig into anything. Okay. A state can either be direct state from a parent view. Ooh. So this is like, you can like reference a parent in a child. So the parent has a reference to the child and the child has a reference to the parent. That sounds like fun garbage collection. Who has ownership here? Oh, okay. I got it. It's a one-way flow. Sorry, I thought that it was bidirectional, and I was like, oh, that seems so gross. It's so nice, but so gross every single time I do it. I did it in Swift the last time that I did that pattern, and that shot myself in the foot with Arc, because Arc has the reference counting. And so, like, the two things always held a reference to each other. So it's like, yeah, you're still using these things because they were the only things holding... Anyways, I was an idiot. Internal state is provided by the view by implementing the state. Okay, yep. The state is owned by the view, and the view has mutable access to the state. So we can build... so just thinking about this is pretty cool because these views... The runtime needs at least one view. However, okay, so, but then in our example here, if we're looking at this V stack is inside the view, this vertical stack. The runtime needs at least one view. However, since the view trait is implemented for the unit type, it is possible to pass nothing. We don't... Oh, that's what we're doing here. We're passing nothing as our root view. Okay, that works. And so this is if we wanted to... Okay, so if we wanted to actually update this code to be able to adjust these dynamically, this is where we build our own state. We would build... I want to do it now. I want to get my fingers dirty with this code. We want to set how many things we want in code. I'm going to do it. We're going to... You know what? We're just going to create a state object here because we're just playing around. We're going to just copy and paste this one. We're going to copy and paste this one because that's my preferred method. All right. And, all right. So we can... Let's see here. We're going to just call this our root view. Now, how do we correlate what's in this AML to this view? So, like, in this AML, we have some text. We have a V stack. Can we name these things? I don't know. We'll have to do this. If the number of instances are known at compile time, for instance, the view is not created inside a for loop, then use add view to register a view with a template. Okay, so this ties the template to the view. And I'm guessing that that's what happens here. Okay, yeah. We get our template and we tie it to a thing. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. The runtime needs at least one view. Okay, yep. If the number of instances, dynamic instances of a view, if a view is used inside a for loop or otherwise generated as requested by the runtime, use add prototype. Don't quite understand this, but that'll be okay. I'm sure it will come up when I get there. I'm making do with root view for right now. Right now, we do root view, then we come back. What we'll do is, I want to dynamically change the number of hearts here. And then once I figure that out, we're going to just get Twitch chat into just where Twitch chat happens on screen. Because right now we are getting the messages. It happens, and we're just doing nothing with them. And then once we do that, then we can start like actually formalizing a plan. I just like to take little chunks out at a time. Maybe I can help with this toggle. I don't know if you want help or if this is something that would interest you, but if it does, maybe I'll do this. I would love a quick start where you go through and you actually do like some of the stuff that I'm about to do, where like you update state in the code, like you change how many times this is in the code. If you'd like that quick start, I might not mind making that on stream one of these days. If you don't want my help or don't want that, absolutely I won't do it. But I love the quick starts because it's I like those. Or maybe you have it. I saw this getting started. But yeah, not this getting started. I mean, like a quick start that walks you through all of the basics without like explaining them. Like, hey, you can do this to do it. I don't know. If you want it. Also, again, not telling you how to do your project. I appreciate the hard work that you've put into this, so. Oh, a few recipes, that's another idea. Maybe instead of quick starts, recipes. That's an idea too. Anyways, yeah, if I'm using it for my Twitch thing, I like to contribute back to the projects that I use if I can. So, you know, not the best Rust coder, but I try. All right. Okay, and then I'm assuming we can make our own widgets. I don't need to right now. I'm assuming there's basically a widget trait that you can implement. Oh, I wasn't saying that I would need to. This looks like more than what I need. I was just thinking. It's like how you don't make... You! Talk about you don't make new HTML elements. I do. I am not bound by sanity and what's actually useful. Okay? It's not how I roll. Sanity is way overrated. I was making jokes in your chat the other day, and I don't think people were getting them. Every single time you said based in reality, I made some joke about... yeah, I was just trolling. That's all I'm good at in Twitch chat. I stopped at some point. I was like, this is the only thing I've added to this conversation at this point. Yeah, let's do this. I'm gonna take this. So you have to have this drive state thing on it. I'm assuming that drives the interface. Gaslight and troll. I have much fewer people. Russell trolls me a little bit, but Dirk, Russell, Scott, they're actually generally usually helpful. So I've been blessed. Now you're gaslighting me, Russell. Now you're gaslighting me. So we have this state value, something that's maybe not quite really clear to me at this point is the number of errors I have. A lot of errors. Oh, wait. Cannot determine resolution for the derived macro state. Import resolution is stuck. What did I do? What did I do? Don't tell me I... Yeah, I was going to say, I just have these two up here. You know, I'm going to actually remove this stuff since we don't need it up here. Oh, we do need it up here. Never mind. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I actually have been blessed with a super awesome chat. Like, the people that chat are fantastic. And I mean that. I actually mean that. It's actually the reason that I've continued streaming for as long as I have. Absolutely. Okay, so I have to import those here, but this... That and all the money pop-up Visa throws your way. You know what? It's not that much. I tried adding state here, and it complained. Unresolved. So this isn't... Oh, you know what? I bet it's not from here. I'm sorry. It's probably somewhere else. Like here. Oh, wait. Values. It's from values. Values. Okay. There we go. Thank you. There we go. Okay, let's see. We're going to delete this portion. Actually, we might just delete all of that. Yeah, there we go. All right, I don't understand all of this yet. We're just trying to understand. All right, self.state. Why... It doesn't show me a concrete version of this, but this would be the this, I think, this state struct, because this is the interface state that it's wanting to return here, right? Yeah, the trait, sorry, trait, not interface. And since this is a it would be .0 here. Sorry, .0 here, not the state. Because it's just this right here. Okay. And then this goes to the same for all of these. .0. .0. I don't know that we have a counter, though. Yeah, I was going to say, none of this is on that. We have a name and a guest. Now, actually, now that we're talking about it, this probably does need to just go to a counter. We're just going to counter, and then maybe an I32. Let's just do that. And then we're going to do delete. I don't want this on tick. Ooh, on tick. I think we just want to do nothing. So we're just going to delete all of these and go to the default. My thought was we could create this state with a number that we want. So we're just going to delete all of those. We don't want to do anything on those. I don't know what on event does. We're gonna leave this for now, and hopefully it's fine. All right, so we have this counter, and what we need to do is we need to tie this counter to the number of times crap happens. Which, if we are... If we're looking at this, I don't know. It says for I. Maybe we need to do for I in. Maybe we need to do for I in counter. Is that how that works? Just like the name maps over? Because that would be cool for name in counter. And now, no, I need a list for that. Okay, so... Oh, so I need a list here is what you're saying? So a state list? Is that a thing? That's not a thing, is it? You can add back the list of names that was there. Oh, boy, I've screwed up. I screwed stuff up. Okay, okay, okay. So we'll do this as counter. And we'll say it's a... Okay, I see what you're saying. I can't use an I-32 in list. Okay. It was a typo? Okay. My bad. My bad. Okay. So, but for this, for what we're doing, we're going to give it a list of, if we wanted 3, we would give it a list of, the value doesn't matter to us because, yeah. Unfortunately, this is what we would do, right? That's my understanding. We'll get to my understanding. We'll see if that actually works. Okay. Cool. So we have the state, which has a counter. We want to delete tick. I think I undelete these. Delete those. I think we can delete this, but this is fine. Okay, that's not so bad. That's not so bad, Toggle. So now I can basically just go up here and say, let my state, state equals, but we'll do what Toggle did here, and we'll just do this. Wait. We'll do counter as a list. Oh, that was actually correct. New, and I can do this. This will work. We'll do 10 coffee likes. Okay. And then we'll put in my state here. The trait-bound view is not satisfied. The following other type implements trait. Oh, wait. This is a view. I need a view. Oh, my bad. This is, we need to implement my view. Right. Okay. I was not thinking. So we have my view, which has my state. So we need okay. I got this. We're gonna undo that. We're gonna leave that like that. And then we're gonna create a my view. My view equals my view with my state. And then we can just make this my view. Got it? There we go. You got all right, so now let's see. Is Control Q broken? How do I quit my app? Control C is not working. It is working. Never mind, it is working. I thought for some reason I had I had messed that up. All right, it did not compile. It's okay. On event, expected event found nothing. I copied that code right out of a tutorial. I can't believe it lied to me. I fixed it. No, I don't need to. Toggle? No, I don't need to. I can just delete it. Let's see. What I'd like to do now is on key event, update the counter, add another one. Let's do that. Let's see. We have a mutable reference to self in here. Cool. We don't need these. Okay, so let's do this. We need to return an event now. Okay, cool. And then we're going to event key code up. I don't know what ChatGPT is doing here. Is push not a thing? It does not look like it. Let's see. Is append, remove, is add, insert. There we go. We just need to insert one. It doesn't matter. That will increase it by one. I don't care. That's not what it likes. Did not like. This method takes 2 arguments. Oh dear. Oh dear. It takes a index and a value. Oh, we got to no. I just want to push back. Sorry, not insert. Push back. My bad. Back. There we go. Event handled. I don't think that's the event. Let's see. What do we need to return here? Yeah. Insert inserts from a. It's a queue. And that's fine. That's fine. I was treating it more like what I would consider a list, but it doesn't really matter. What do we need to return here? We have to return an event. Let's see if this tells me more about it. Events? No. State? Runtime, maybe? I need to return something, but I'm not sure what. I'm just going to return no op. Because, you know, why not? Uh-oh, key isn't a valid one? Oh, I thought it was. Key press. My bad. Oh my gosh. What did I screw up? This was working. Let's see. Let's go. Key press. Key code. What did I? Oh, okay. I got it. We're just going to do the good old gotcha. We gotcha. Okay, we got it. There we go. Check it out. Cool. Now, interestingly, check this out. So we're building that list that we're iterating over. If I equals 1. So we can actually get the value. And when we were just inserting 1, it was just telling us 1 again. Like, that's cool and all. You know, instead of going 9, you know, it's now 1. So we really need to know how many we were. But this is fine. This is just a demo. Cool. And we don't have an event loop. So this actually solves a problem I was having with Ratatouille. I didn't want to worry about my frame rate and things like that. I just wanted the framework to deal with it. I like this. This works well. This, I don't give these out easily. I've just given it to about every project I know, but I don't give this out easily. You know what we're doing here? Oh. Gold starring that. This is nice. No, this actually solves a problem I was having with using Ratatouille. And like, again, this is not me disliking Ratatouille. I'm sure that for the people that want that, it's fantastic. I wanted something pretty simple. I wanted to play Wordle with chat. Or actually, I want chat to play Wordle while I'm taking a break and sipping some coffee. Or I want to build some other games. It's all open source, so, you know, if somebody else wants to use it with their chat, they can. But yeah. Yes, sir. We gave it a gold star. This is actually pretty nice. Check it out, Russell. I don't know if you saw, but we got it working. I'm pressing up, and it adds 1, and I suppose we could remove 1 too. Easy enough. But you know what we really need is we need Twitch chat to be showing up in there. How would we do that? How would we do that? So basically, let me think about it. Twitch chat is going to be a stack, effectively. And we're just going to add... We're going to add 1 to it each time. So Twitch chat will be somewhat similar to this. And each time there's a message, it will add... All right, I actually have a question here. I'm looking at this, and if I equals 1, foreground should be yellow. It doesn't seem to be working. These are all 1, and why is the foreground not yellow? I'm missing something here. I'm missing something. Oh, it's a bug. Okay. Okay. Should I put it on your repository? Should I start putting all the bugs in it? I'm just joking. I won't do that. Sorry, I didn't mean to point out a bug. Oh, sure. I understand that it's alpha. I understand. It's cool. It's cool. Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't misunderstanding something here. So, honestly, so we're going to get rid of this. I don't need it. We're going to update this for Twitch chat. You know, and we could do something here with like, Change VStack to a viewport. Put the usual demanding bug report. When will this be fixed? We did it for our job. Okay. I might have to do that. I might have to do that at some point. Did not like that. Wait, did I misspell viewport? Did I misspell viewport? V-I-E-W. That's right. Change VStack to viewport. All right. What did I do here? This seems okay. So 98, I know where this is. 98 is this right here. This is we had it one other time, is where we compile the template. So I think it means I screwed up the template. Is it maybe like a capital V? Maybe. Let's look back here. There's viewport. Or maybe invalid indent? It's possibly an invalid indent. It looks right, but, you know, looks can be deceiving. Let's see. Viewport, new line. The indent's looking right here. Oh. I'm a dum-dum. They got it. All right. Was that supposed to fix the yellow, though? Because it doesn't seem to be yellow. I don't know what effect I'm looking for, but I'm expecting it to be the color yellow. I'm expecting the border of this to be yellow. We'll change it to a cooler color, though. Oh, it's allowing me to scroll messages. Okay. It's not letting me scroll, but that will be appreciated when that gets fixed. So I can still work on this without that being fixed. You know, it might be a work-breaking bug. I might have to report it as such, that it doesn't scroll. You know? It's a work-breaking bug. I need it for my job. My job is streaming. No, I'm not going full-time. I have a job that I like. So, I very much would like to keep it. All right, so what we need here is basically to change I out with a message, a Twitch chat message. And we get those. We're getting them. we're getting them, and we're sending them. Let's see. That's sending them if we get a ping pong, a private message. Wait, what do we do? So this is when we send a message. Oh, okay. We don't actually print anything off. So if we get a message, we just check to see if it was say hello. And if it actually, let's run this and see if that's actually working. 1 second really quickly. Now, if we do say hello, does it do anything? No, it doesn't. So is this not running? I can't tell because that is behind. We can't see. Okay, it doesn't seem to have done anything. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm an idiot. We changed the name from Clavinex, right? So it's at Merrick. Oh, we did update it to Merrick Counts. Okay, never mind. It might be username and password. It might be those that need updated. So I can look at that. That would be my guess, is that those need updated. All right, I got a cone of silence, you guys, to check those out. Sorry. I dox myself plenty. Twitch chat user and pass. Oh. I'm assuming. I need to actually... This will be a little bit... Because we actually have a bot account. The $1 billion mistake bot that does this. So I can't actually easily, while streaming, go get that. I'm not set up to do that. What time is it? What time is it? It's 2. It's 2. It's probably a good time for me. It's not 2 a.m. It's 2 p.m. It's 2 p.m. It's 2 p.m. I'm not in London yet. So this will be a good time. I'll get that set up so that we can start doing this. This will be fun. I'm excited about doing this where if we have downtime, we just have something fun to do. If we're not like working on the database, it's hard for me to always have content with the database ready to go or with the null cloud where I don't want to show those boring times. And this is something fun where we can always move on and do something fun with it. It's kind of like with Twitch chat where we were doing the AI stuff. So I'm glad we have this because it gives us something to always fall back to doing that's fun. 7 p.m. in London? Okay. Well, it's 2 p.m. here. And I need to go do stuff with the family. So I'm going to call it quits. Let's find somebody to raid. I'm going to do that really quickly. Let's find somebody. Thank you for coming and hanging out. All of you. I actually do think that I have some of the best Twitch and YouTube community out there. I might be a little biased, but let's see what we can't find. All right, 2 things. Let's see, who would we like to? Let's see. We've got Milky. We've got Raid Prime. Was a Visual Basic streamer. Raid Prime. That always feels cringe to me. The 1.5K gets rated by 5 viewers. I think I'll pass on that. Unless if you all want to go see Prime, I will. Is there a Visual Basic streamer? I did slash. Let's see. That's. I'm not finding a Visual Basic streamer. I don't find a Visual Basic streamer. Okay, real question here. Does a treadmill make you all staticky? I have a treadmill that I don't use because I literally can't touch. I got this under desk treadmill because I was like, I'll walk while doing this. But I literally killed a keyboard by zapping it with like kilojoules of electricity because the thing makes me so static electricity. And then I accidentally touched one of my wife's poor cats after walking on it. And I obviously hadn't discharged at that point. And it's like literally I can't use it because of that. I don't know if it's just me. Am I doing it wrong? I thought this was the way during the winter to keep in shape, but I don't think it is. So yeah, because I had wanted to, like, I got one that went under a desk. It was a cheap one. But it went under the desk. So because my desk, I can stand. I can't stand with this because I haven't bought a long enough keyboard USB cable, or I need to get wireless. But I can almost stand. This entire setup, check it out, can go up and down, which is pretty cool. And my work desk I can stand, and I enjoy doing that. And I was like, I'll just walk a little. But I couldn't. I was just killing my keyboard. Literally killed it. And it was painful too. Like it kept you awake. Like if you were tired in the morning, you started walking, and every like minute or two you would zap the keyboard. And you're like, oh, okay. I'm awake. Okay. Anyways, that was my treadmill experience. So anyways, let's find somebody. You know what? Dang it, it's so hard to find. None of the people that I know are online. Nope. All right. Russell's going to be mad at me. Go have fun watching the Primogen. Go have fun watching the Primogen. Thank you all for joining, and I will see you guys next time.
The gzip one is like is
gzip is super weird because there's zlib. Like zlib is a node standard. It is already something that works. Like feels strange to write your own, like gzip this way.
Right, and then so but those don't handle. So the two cases that they mentioned in the article, I don't remember what the first one was, but the second one was that running shells can take a long time. So I guess that would be like if you're going to exec something. Like the only way you could do the one where you're doing this like bun foo.js, right? The third example, you do actually have to like start exec like some other exec thing. And then that part does feel kind of weird. I mean, you can set environment variables. I'm sure there's like some platform independent API. So that part is the part that's kind of weird, right? Because like I already have JavaScript. I can just like install the node modules and stuff that I would need to do cross-platform API things.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's rules around environment variables and how they do it. I thought there was, in fact, I even thought there was like a API for actually just doing that. I thought there was one to just say, hey, here's the API for it. Maybe I'm completely wrong on it.
Yeah, I thought there was like env, and then you can just set it as one of the things.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. There it is, right there. So I would assume that exec is already a platform independent way to set these kind of variables as it is.
Right. So each of the examples, I can see how like their version looks a lot easier. Right? Like I get that. I'm with them. And for like writing a quick and dirty script, it seems better. But I am still sort of struggling to sort of get why I would want to like have this as such a big feature, because if I'm going to ship it as something important as part of anything I'm making, I would probably quick and dirty script it into like cross-platform APIs that work well and just compose like normal JavaScript functions instead of this, right?
Yeah. I would agree.
And it's not like, and it's also not like you were saying, not everybody has bun right now. It'd be different if it was like make. They'd be like, okay, well, everyone has make installed or something. You're like, okay, then maybe I learn how to use make. But not everyone has bun installed. So I don't know. I am very conflicted. I was really hoping when I saw the teaser for the $sign that we were gonna get like a bun crypto coin, so we could just start importing dollars like for ourselves. But that didn't turn out. So I'm still sort of like reeling from that whole situation.
Yeah, no, you're shook. I can tell. When I started this phone call, you seemed a little out of sorts.
Yeah, because I was thinking like, okay, VC monetization, what's the obvious next step? Well, you can just like do the Web3 and you just get to import Web3 right at the top. That would have been sweet. Buncoin, that's to the moon. Coin. You know?
Yeah, I know. That is, it's actually already on the moon to begin with.
Yeah, mooning, you know? So it's like mooning. It works. It's there. We can connect the dots here. So I don't know. I'm sort of struggling to figure out where I would use this. I don't know. What do you think? Where would you use this? If you like, let's say your team was using Bun already. Where would you use this?
So my general problem is that I only see this useful for dirty scripts. But the reality is all dirty scripts that I make, like, hey, I really need to run this process 10 times.
Yeah.
And just like make it work.
Yep.
Often I literally, this is like, this is what I do. Let's just say I have something called run, right? I jump in here, I do the whole user bin env bash, do that, hit it with what's it called, a E to get it so it's nice and colored.
Oh yeah.
Hit it with the space X. So look at that, chmoud. I chmoud it really quickly right there. So we're good to go. And then like Copilot A helps me a lot because I am like really bad at this. And so when I run something like this, I can go like that. And then I can go like this, PID equals, and then it's like, oh yeah, it's that one. And like I can do all the things I need to do really quickly in a bash script to like do the dirty work.
Yep.
With Copilot, because I'm not the best at bash and I'm not like one of my goals is to be inherently bad at bash.
Right.
Because
so you don't get sucked down like the temptation.
I don't get sucked down the temptation to keep on just iterating just a little bit more, right? And so like right here, this is clearly a place where you're going to accidentally tempt yourself. And I think you'll be able to go so much further, which I almost think that in the end, it's just going to produce a more wacky system to try to reason about.
Right. That's kind of my concern because, like, how are you going to know that now you depend on, like, gzip?
Yeah. Yeah, there
Right,
is
you know
no,
what I'm saying, right?
There's no standard installation. You're not installing zlib or expecting zlib as part of your build, which Bun probably ships zlib, and Node already comes with zlib. So like it's already a thing.
Yeah.
Now there's like
So
an
for the
implicit dependency.
Yeah, for the common ones, it's fine, but it's like as soon as you just end up using one that someone like has to install with like apt or something, right? Then, but it's still just kind of like, I don't know. It just seems. I mean, obviously, I like it
Yeah.
because it's cool and it's sweet engineering. So
Yes.
that part, but I'm trying to not like just be like, well, I like it because it's cool engineering.
I'm on your team for that one. I'm actually struggling because of that specific one because I'm like, hey, yeah, look at that.
I'm like,
thing go.
oh, I would use this, but really, what I should be saying is like, oh, I would abuse this.
Yes.
Like, so I don't know. I think it's really cool to be able to just like super easily await a command and get the output and then do a few things with it. I like that. I like that, you know, it's going to handle like escaping things and all this other stuff, right? It just still, you know, still makes me a little bit nervous because every time I see shell scripts and commands accumulate, I always regret that situation in 6 months.
Yep. I've never written a script that was more extensive than something small that I did not regret, like universally.
Yeah. So that part's kind of, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I'd be interested to see, do you have any tweets from like Jared or anything that we could pull up or like look at his to see what he has to say about it? It'd be interesting to see what like Jared's thought process is. It
Did you see Trav? Can I run Bun from a Bun shell?
Yes, the answer is yes. It's right there. It's the third command. Classic didn't even read.
Dude, Trav didn't even read. What a loser. But okay, so one last follow-up that I also worry about is that Bun is supposed to be cross-platform.
Yeah.
And the more goodies you store in a Bun way, the less you'll have one-way cross-platforming, if you know what I mean, like or cross-environmenting, meaning that you can run your Node script in Bun, but now there's this like ever-growing set of, we'll call them conveniences, which I don't buy, that make it so that no Bun script can be run with Node. And then second off, another thing that I see is that when something's easy to use, it will be used.
Yes, agreed.
And that is an inherently bad decision most of the time. Like you should not read a file likely this way, right? You should, like someone's going to cat file in here. You should not do that. You should use an API to read a file because it's going to be significantly more efficient.
Mm-hmm.
Just like literally orders of magnitude more efficient.
Yeah. I can see why this is like appealing to people who really like JavaScript and think like everything in the stack, like even JavaScript in my MySQL database, right? Like I can see why then you would like this because like, well, why not JavaScript in my shell? But it just makes me nervous. That's all, you know, just makes me nervous.
Yep. All right. Well, it's pretty exciting. I don't see anything here necessarily by Jared.
Well, I was wondering if he has any like quote. Like I would just go to. Can we go to Jared's profile really quick and just check?
This is kind of funny. This guy just said rip on this one. Must have been working on this thing to be able to do. Oh yeah.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh no. It's the same.
Oh, it's the same. It is the same.
It's the same. I mean, who knows if it does like, you know, the exact same ones. The main thing I'm still wondering, okay, we didn't miss it, right? That they like said how they implemented it or like how they make RM work the same on all the different systems,
they didn't
right?
they didn't have any languages that were cross they didn't have any I kind of sped read it, you know, which I'm not the best at reading. But I didn't but like why existing, so you know, it's not in there, right? Environment variables not in there. No.
But I was just wondering like how did they make RM like do that? You know what I mean?
They must have to parse it, and then they have the hard part is they had to build a mostly compatible bash parser.
Right.
The problem is like that's why my very first question was to what level of bash do they support?
But that's why I was asking like did they just make their own awk? Because like that's not on Windows, right?
Yeah, these are all my questions.
Yeah, okay.
Hold on. Let's go like this. Bun update. Is it bun update?
Oh, nice.
Let's see. Bun. Let's call it bun. What is it? It was import $, from bun. Right?
Are you in a project right now? You might want to go somewhere else.
I am in a project. Just let it happen.
All right, that's fine. That's fine.
Let's see, move bun to bun.js. I should have done TS. There we go. What was I gonna do? There's gonna be in here. So one of my big questions is this, which is I can go with something like, oh, nice. You get no autocomplete, so that kind of sucks, right?
Yep.
Oh gosh. But what about something like this? Can I, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Can you do
Right.
crazy things like this, right? Can I?
Copilot's suggestions so far.
Dude, Copilot's completely screwed up on that one.
Well, it's like, why are you writing PHP inside of here? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, see, I don't even know what this means. I thought I had
I think
this
you need
white-
to await it though, probably. Right? Well, maybe
yeah,
not.
but
I guess
that's
it
not
doesn't
that's
matter.
not what the
Yeah.
problem is, right?
Maybe it's not. Is it released yet? Did you button
Yeah.
update or button upgrade? I
I
don't know which one is which.
Bun upgrade. I don't think bun upgrade exists. Oh, yeah. Okay, I bun update, which you're right. I bun update and upgrade. Very, very different.
Very different. Nice.
All right. Foo. Okay,
Thanks,
so
chat.
it does work.
I
So
didn't
you
know
can-
that.
So you can subshell. Like, I'm curious if they have all the rules of subshelling correctly.
They can't see any very much of the shell, by the way, because you're.
I know, but they see the
Okay, yeah.
command plus what went
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
Right?
Right.
It's just like, to what extent are they subshelling? Like, if I cd here, dang it, now I'm just so dang curious.
Oh, let's hit it. Let's hit it.
Because right now
I'm ready.
I'm just curious about this one where it's like cd back, right? And
Oh,
present working
nice.
directory, present working directory, right?
Yep. Yeah, nice.
Oh, let's see. I guess, what do I have to do? More of these? Just throwing
Oh,
in all sorts of things at this point.
Oh, this looks good. This looks good.
Thank you. I know.
But
how to,
you know for a fact someone's gonna write this.
cd back didn't seem like it worked at all.
Oh, CD's just broken.
Well, I mean, I got the same path for both of them.
Yeah. That is weird.
Yeah, so if I went, oh my goodness. Here, I gotta start using $.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
If you try vaping to quit smoking, it might feel like progress, but with 3 times more nicotine than a pack of cigarettes, vapes increase cravings, trapping you in an endless craving loop. Nicorette reduces cravings until they're gone for good.
This is going viral. But you know what should go viral? The fact that Kelly Blue Book My Wallet on Auto Trader gives you personalized monthly payments before you buy. Toss us a like.
I work hard and I want my money to work hard too. So I use my Freedom Unlimited card. Earning on my favorite soup. Got it. Earning on Daddy Clip. Don't touch it yet. Let me get the big one. Nope.
This one?
Nope.
This one?
Yes. No.
Wait.
The big one.
They're all the same size.
Wait. Let me get them all. Earn big with Chase Freedom Unlimited. How do you cash back? Chase. Make more of what's yours.
The mantra for today is no me importa. That means I don't care. That means I do what I want to do. I live my life the way I want to live it.
Woo!
Oh gosh, I honestly don't even know what I'm getting in here. Oh my goodness. Anyways, forget it. I'm terrible at this. I'm not even doing it. This is why I don't do Bash.
And point proven. You
Point
should use a
proven.
link. That was all a trick, chat, to make you believe that Bash isn't worth writing. You've been played.
You've been played. Well, either way, no matter what, this was very interesting because I did CD back, and that did not seem to do what I would expect it to do.
Right, one thing that would be interesting is like, okay, so let's say you do await CD ... right? Like, is every $sign run in a separate shell, or they run in one shell that goes one after another? You know what I'm saying? So you do like PWD, and then, you know what? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like that?
Yeah, and then like, yeah, and just I'm interested to know what's in between all of them.
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah. Okay. So like, which makes like I guess either way could hypothetically like make sense. You know what I mean? Right?
Oh, that one worked. There
Oh,
you go.
nice.
So it's
Okay.
like it's
Yeah.
so I must have done something wrong previously. So it
So
looks like
each
I'm
one
the dummy.
is each one is like its own shell though, right? Each $ is its own shell, like execution.
Yeah. It's like but it must be some sort of like in memory
Yeah, they're doing some trick
shell
to, like,
emulating. That's
right.
That's tiny.
Which is crazy. Like, does it also source your like bash RC? You know what I'm saying? Does it also like source the bash RC? Oh, like, is it in the same environment? Does it source any other additional? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Can you execute Vim?
It's child process under the hood. Okay. Oh yeah, run Vim. Oh, we're in.
We're so in. I am so in. But I only got like part of my stuff sourced.
Nice.
Oh, I'm in Vim. I'm in Vim.
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't have.
so
It doesn't have your
didn't source.
aliases.
It doesn't have my aliases, but
Ah.
I'm in Vim. I'm in Vim in Bun.
Oh, that's kind of weird because then, like, I mean, once again, it's not that it's necessarily weird. It's more like it's not inherently clear which one it would be. Because if I think of running the like $ stuff as the same as running like a command on my command line, it's just not true.
Yes.
Right. That's just wrong. That's like a bad frame of reference to have for it.
Correct.
It's
some other thing. It's some clean environment determined by Bun with some level. Like I bet you that the environment variables you probably pass into Bun, my guess, are passed through.
Right. Yep.
Which, in a sense, could be dangerous, right?
Yeah.
If you have a bunch of environment variables, people could steal your environment variables, and you could have sensitive information in environment variables.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like that's sort of probably already an attack vector. The only thing that would be kind of,
Oh yeah, it is.
ooh, you know what though? That's new about this is like, of course, all the security things already are checking for exec. You know what I mean? But they're not going to be checking for this.
There will be a bit of security leaks for a little bit, and it's hard to check for this one.
Yeah, it's very. The whole thing is, oh man. I still think it's so cool. I'm like, maybe I should just start running in Bond. You know what I mean?
I know.
But,
I mean, at the end of the day, the engineering to this is super cool.
Yeah, and I think it's really cool because this does make, at the very least, like whether it's going to generate other problems, I do think it will probably mitigate like a decent share of cross-platform like build kind of things within the JavaScript, like within the Bun ecosystem. Right?
Yes.
Where you're doing a bunch of these things, particularly like Bun has like some build steps and some other things. I'm not really like a Bun expert, right? But like it has all this other sort of stuff that's going on. And so you'll probably be running these kinds of commands more often. Right in Bun, like in some script that's part of your build pipeline.
Yes. And then that way you could avoid a whole cross-platform issue.
Right.
Your deleting of temporary files, your creation of temporary files, all that kind of stuff. You effectively get a unified bash-like language that is mostly transportable from your already pretty nascent and terrible bash understanding.
Yeah. So that part I could see as being like a viable use case, assuming you're already sort of like bought into Bun and you're trying to do those things, right? That's going to fix some of those things where someone installs it on Windows and now it just like doesn't work. Right? You're like, oh, well, now instead of using exec, we use $, and it fixes the fact that like the slashes are wrong sometimes, or that PowerShell randomly takes 2 minutes to start every once in a while. You know, like all these kinds of things that like you get issues for on projects that have anything to do with the system.
I like it. Hey, and by the way, your brother, I don't know if you caught that. Melk just did a raid. Appreciate that, Melk. All right. Well, hey, this was cool. Thanks, TJ, for joining me.
No problem. I was thinking about this for quite a bit, and I was trying to figure out what my thoughts were, and I'm still working on it. You know, still working.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. Thanks for joining me. Cool project though. I mean, I'm happy about it. All right.
Yeah.
The name is TJ. Where can we find you?
The Shelligen. cross-platform, by the way.
Instagram, Twitter, wherever. We're cross-platform.
We're True. True. Are we multi-streaming right now?
We
is that
are
against-
multi-streaming.
Uh-oh. No. We didn't show YouTube chat, so it's okay.
Right there. Let's go.
Nice.
Thanks, YouTube.
Hey, YouTube.
Hey, YouTube. All right. Bye, TJ.
Bye, Prime. See everybody.
All right. See you, Teach. I'm going to exit the room. There we go. Hey, everybody. Appreciate all of you. This was great. This was fantastic. This was absolutely amazing. Many appreciations. Melky, thanks for the raid, but now I'm going to get the F out of here because I'm going to go play Roblox with the kids and we're going to build a tower defense. So, hey, Fetzo, Marcelo, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Thank you for all of this. You are responsible. Thank you for introducing me to Vim. No problem. She, fun. Yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun. She, so I would have rated you. Just so you would have known, I would have rated you. All right, coding.